Evening. Yes, I am a little bit early today. I had an early shower because I cooked earlier than usual as well, so everything fell into place nicely. I should have waited until 10 past before actually pressing the button. I trust we are all well on this fine hump day. I actually had to ask Claire what day it is because I haven't got a clue what day we're at or where we are in the week or even what month it is at the moment. It's all a bit hectic. Right then. So we're going to continue what we were doing last week, or was it Friday, Sunday, whenever we were doing it, working on the NPC task stuff. So we were going through and we were setting up all the tasks that were needed for automated exploration of the star system in a way that was robust and not breakable. So if you lean over the NPC shoulder and press all the buttons on the console, they can recover from that gracefully. So what I were doing, which I've probably closed now. Hang on. Let's open up our task manager again. Right, here we are. I started color coding and collapsing all the nodes into their own node blocks and generally just tidying this up so it flowed better and made more sense and was generally easier to follow. So tonight we need to make sure we do the scan. So we've got the task getting raised for the sensors, and we need to make sure that the sensors person actually does that. And then we need to have a look at sorting out task completion confirmation outside of the logic tick that controls the overall shipwide order. So this is the overall logic. So this is about fully exploring a star system, and in order to do that, obviously we've got various thresholds that we need to meet. So I thought of one yesterday actually, is we need to check that we even have a valid target for exploration. So if you pick something which is already fully scanned, then we need to flag that immediately and say, well, hang on a minute, that's a waste of our time. So this needs to become the new starting point. And then once we've ascertained that yes, there is work to be done there, we need to work out, are we actually in that system? And if not, do the do. And the complication came from once we ascertain that we're not in the right system. So we raise a helm task to fly the ship to that system. Now the next thing we're checking at that point is, well, we check once, so this runs once per second. So once per second, this will be saying no, no, no until we get to the system, in which case it will say yes. Now in order to stop repeated tasks being raised, we just check to make sure that there is already a task, so if there is, we skip and do nothing. But as soon as our galactic coordinates match, then this is flagging as yes. In which case, we then move on to whether or not we need to do a scan. But we still have a helm task in the system because the ship won't have come to a stop. It hasn't actually arrived in the sense that it hasn't reached the entry point. And that's not necessarily the end of the world. We can kick off the medium range scan before we've stopped, so we don't really have an issue there. But it does mean that helm task isn't being cleared out, because as far as the helm's concerned, they're getting the ship to a certain location, and that task will remain there. So if the ship tries to go somewhere else, they'll take it back to where it was originally. So we need to make sure that we have essentially a second process ticking, which is managing the individual tasks. So where we, hang on, let's find the right one. So where we are raising this bridge task, we need to be going through these bridge tasks, and we need to make sure that each of them are having their criteria checked. So we need something that does something along the lines of, let me just break open that struct. So we have here our task, and then we have our kind of monolithic list of tasks. So depending on which tasks are currently active, and there's only going to be like a helm task or a sensors task. We're not going to have all of these going at once. There's only going to be one of them, but we do need to check all of them. So whichever one happens to be active at the time, we need to make sure that we do the logic for checking completion flags. So this would be running separately to the overall logic. And then probably we're going to need that per department as well. So we've got the overall logic for the mission, I suppose you could call it. So the mission is to fully explore the star system, and then you've got subtasks that are being raised for individual bridge stations, and those subtasks need to be cleared off either when they're no longer relevant or when they've been completed. So in the sense of entering a system and kicking off a medium range survey, now it might be the case that medium range survey finishes before the ship has even stopped, and if that's the case, then a sensors task will be raised for basically targeting the next planet in the system that needs scanning. And once that's done, the next thing it's going to do is send a task to the helm to fly to that planet. Now, if there's already a helm task still sitting there for the initial arrival at the system, then that one needs clearing out. So the ship then abandons that initial task. They could be currently gliding to a stop, like towards the star somewhere. It then needs to veer off and then go to the closest planet that needs scanning. So we need to make sure that we have that robust task checking and completion checking to make sure that the system is dynamic enough and flexible enough that that criteria can change on the fly, and the system needs to be able to react to that on the fly. So that's basically what we're doing with all of this. That's why this system is so deep and so finicky. It's because we need to make sure that every single edge case is catered for, and then the NPC logic doesn't stall or get stuck because we're suddenly tripping it up somewhere in a way that it wasn't expecting. So this is already ticking. This is doing its job. On the NPC front, we've also got the NPC checking for tasks. So in a similar vein, the NPC is checking to see if there are any tasks, and then it's checking to see whether or not the objectives of that task are currently being handled. And then once that task is complete, or the NPC deems that they've done their job, rather than them reporting back, rather than them having the responsibility of determining that the task has been completed, we need to make sure that determination sits with our task manager. So all they're doing from their perspective, and from any of the NPC's perspective, is they're just answering the call of the task. And if the task is getting them to do something, which they've either already completed or they deem doesn't need doing, then they'll just sit there and they'll wait for the task manager to basically catch up to the fact that actually nothing needs to happen. So this is ticking, and this is ticking, and then we need a third set of checks for individual tasks. So we've got three ticking functions that are serving three different purposes. So that's our job for tonight, is making sure that all three of those are working in concert and that everything is being handled appropriately. And I will go on there and I will try and mess it up. I will try as hard as I can to stop the NPC from doing its job, to make sure that it can gracefully recover from my shenanigans. Hello new people, welcome to the stream. Yeah, dev build is on its way. So I'm going to put out an internal build. So that's generally where we stick our broken builds. So I'll stick one out so that we can have like a first test of the system. The reason I haven't put out a full dev build is because the system's not complete. So right now, things that you can do in the current dev build, you won't be able to do in this build until this is working. So I don't want to put a build out which has less functionality than the one that's already there. But hopefully we can get either all of it or most of it done tonight. We shall see. Okay, so before we go ahead and expand upon this, let's create that third check. Yeah, this is a Claire one, Delta. She also got me a DeLorean one of the same style as well. Both of which I love. True enough, true enough. So I guess this one needs to be manage bridge tasks. And again, it doesn't need to update more than once per second. That should be plenty quick enough for the type of thing that this is. So that once per second we're managing our shipwide orders, and then once per second we're managing the individual tasks. And that's just a case of going through and seeing which ones are currently active and whether or not they need their conditions checking. So if we create a function for that, so we're going to need one of these per department. Obviously the bridge department is slightly different in the fact that we've got shipwide orders and then individual station tasks in support of those orders. And for things like refueling the ship, which will be a shipwide order, that's going to involve not just bridge stations, but other departments outside of the bridge. So it's going to require actions on behalf of the engineering team, because they're going to have to go and open some valves somewhere. So the task manager master system needs to basically track all of that and make sure that it's all happening. So we're going to have quite a few of these looping functions that are just constantly ticking away in the background, just keeping tabs on everything. And again, because they're only ticking at 1 hertz, hopefully that's not going to create too much overhead. In fact, something we could do we could add some random initial start delays on these. In fact, I think I will. If we do this, then it means that all of these looping functions are not all going to start at the same time. So that random floats between 0 and 1. So between 0 and 1 seconds, there's going to be a deviation between each of them doing their checks, which means you won't have absolutely all of them all doing the same thing at the same time, which is where you would expect hitching to come in. So that should just spread the load a little bit and make sure that there are game ticks in between these things happening, so that we're not creating hitching or any other nastiness like that. Okay, so as I alluded to, we need to get our bridge tasks, and then we need to go through those bridge tasks. Although I suppose we should actually get our length and check that the length is greater than 0. Actually, we can even better than that. We'll just see whether or not the 0 is a valid index, because if we don't have any active tasks at this precise moment in time, then there's no point in doing any of this logic. So we may as well just make sure that that there is actually something to work with before we do anything else. Again, optimization for the win. So we grab our task, we then switch on the task, like so. So as we add more tasks across more bridge stations, obviously this switch is going to grow particularly large. But we'll just do collapsed nodes off of each one, and that should keep it relatively tidy. Oh wow, Lane, thank you. That's very generous and means a lot. Thank you very much. Yes, we're still plugging away at it. Day after day, no breaks, no time off, and that's our philosophy, no 0 days. So hopefully every single day we make some form of progress. Even if it's a teeny little bit of progress, we'll make some form of progress every single day. It's actually quite nice when someone hasn't checked in on the project for a while, because when they come back and say, like, wow, you've done so much, it makes me feel better, because it's one of those things where when you're working on it every single day and you're making these tiny incremental improvements every single day, you lose sight of the bigger picture, and you lose sight of how much work you actually have done over a period of time. So it's nice when someone actually points out, you know what, you've actually done a lot of work. Helps with the old mental health. Okay, so our first one is navigate to location. So that's the one we're using to get the ship to the target system. So I suppose also for each one of these, the logic is going to be specific for each one. So for this one, we want to get our game state. So I'm immediately kind of thinking ahead here and thinking the check that we're going to do isn't necessarily what we want to do at the time. So if we get our ship state, and I will explain what I mean. So again, this is a copy of all of our different ships in the game and their current state, so we can have multiple ships. and ship ID 0, which is the Magellan, is the one we're interested in at the moment. This will become a dynamic reference once we actually have more than one active ship at a time. So our check that we're actually doing is do our galactic coordinates exactly match the galactic coordinates of the one in the task, that one. So obviously we got our task, and we're comparing that against the ship location, and I suppose I suppose we can use this to determine true arrival, because the issue I have is if we're only comparing against the galactic coordinates, then this is going to resolve as true the moment we pass into the system. Now, simply being in the right system isn't necessarily what we want. We want to check that the ship has arrived at its actual coordinates within the system. So we also need we need to get the vector distance between these two vectors, and we need to make sure that that is less than our target radius times 2. So basically we will keep the task on the system, so the NPC will still be trying to resolve this task until such a time as the ship is practically on top of its target, at which point it will already be disengaging the FTL and doing that stuff. So if you mess with the helm station and try and trip the NPC up, then they will continue to fight you all the way up until the point where the ship is practically stopping. So obviously we've got our array index. So what's the best way of doing this? Yeah, so if we grab our bridge tasks a minute. So if all of that resolves to true, and I shall collapse this into a nice clean node shortly. And we'll be using that for a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so if that's resolving for true, then we just need to either remove the task from the list or set it to complete. I think for now, with these particular tasks, we will just set them. We'll just remove them from the array. So that task will just disappear out of the array and no longer be something that the NPC needs to care about. In the future, we will set that as complete and probably move that over to a separate array where we're storing completed tasks, because we don't want all the completed tasks or all the failed tasks to kind of bloat our active tasks array. We want this to remain lightweight and only relevant to things that actually need looking at immediately. A historical list of completed tasks, that can be a completely separate storage. If this does not resolve as true, then nothing needs to happen and the task can stay sat in the system. Right, so if we just collapse them, navigate to location. Suppose we may as well I'll put the writing helm on it. Right, so that's our execution pin, that's our task reference, and that is our index. Okay, so this should now correctly clear off that task when it has deemed to be completed. And we will do this for each and every one of these as we go, to make sure that they are all being tracked. So the other point to this is a reusable task as well. So navigate to location is going to be the single thing that we give Helm to do every time you want the Helm to take the ship somewhere. So this will hopefully be true for all of the bridge stations. We will condense those actions into single repeatable orders, because we want to use the same thing for players as well. So whether we're firing this at an NPC or we're firing it towards a player, the same task logic needs to be tracked. And rather than the NPC tracking it themselves, so rather than the NPC doing this, it's the player's brain which is doing this. So this is basically the stand-in for having a player sat in the chair. But because we are having the NPC logic do the actioning of the task in the same way that the player will be doing the actioning of the task, that means that the logic checking is handled by the task manager in both instances. So the task manager doesn't care whether it's an NPC or a player. All it's doing is checking completion objectives, which means we can reuse the same tasks in the same system for both players and NPCs alike, which cuts down on the amount of work we have to do, which is always a good thing. Yeah, we'd probably make that a separate thing, Nessie. So, like, you could say, head towards these coordinates best speed, and obviously full throttle the ship all the way there, or we can have a cruising speed which is slightly less than that, something which is maybe a bit more fuel efficient. So yeah, we can look into that. We'd probably have the speed as something we set separately. So we'd initiate the order to get the ship on its way, and then we would specify what speed to do it at, rather than bundling all of that into one order, because we're dealing with actions that need to be flagged up on the player's UI and on an NPC's internal logic. We need these individual tasks that we can fire. So like set helm 25% would be a separate action that we fire across. But yes, that's definitely something we can add. This is going to get very long. So the more things we can think of, and the more times a necessary command makes itself aware, we'll need to add it to the list. And I'm sure as we playtest this and as we go through this properly, there will be lots of things that we suddenly think, right, that's needed next. So that's done. Let's give this a quick whirl a minute and make sure that it works. So right now this is the main Magellan level, because it's got like all of ADEC. What I'm going to do is I'm going to replace my test map with the levels that are used to create the proper Magellan, because when I packaged this up, the radial menu stuff is not working on the actual Magellan, and that's because it was lacking our task manager, and it was lacking the correct assignments on the chairs, because obviously I set that up on my test map. But if we use the same sub-levels on the test map that we're using for the Magellan itself, then there is no difference between them. Any change I make on the test map will also be reflected on the actual Magellan, which means we're testing in a one-to-one environment rather than a copy of that, which is different in its own unique little way. So we'll still have the we'll still have the speed and loading efficiency of our little test map, but it will just have the rest of ADEC on it as well. But that's fine, because that's not going to slow it down much. But yeah, see, we're missing chairs and things on our test map because we're not loading the same level. And again, that is creating issues that we need not have. Yeah, so I suppose what you're saying there is we need that kind of, sort of Picard engage moment where you queue up what you want to happen, and then so the NPC has engaged the autopilot, the ship is pointing at its target, it's ready to go, then you say engage and off it pops onto its journey. So yeah, we do kind of need to cater for that sort of thing. Why is it all black? Why can't I see anything? What's going on? I know what's going on. Are we lacking some of our levels here? Yeah, we're lacking Galaxy Gen. So because the Galaxy Gen's not here, I moved it down to CDEC to be in the data center. Of course, this level is trying to generate a galaxy that's not there. Right, so these actually can go now. Yeah, so let's get rid of that, and that. Because we've got all of this work unified now in our single task manager, so we don't need all these other individual task managers. What we do need is our Galaxy Gen. This is kind of what I mean by our test environment is not necessarily on par or on parity with our live environment, and because of that it leads to differences in behavior between the two environments, which when you're trying to use it as a test environment is not ideal. That's nice to see though. Popping in the Galaxy Gen box, it just worked. Like just literally just having it there worked, and the Galaxy generated. So that's it's nice to see that that's so robust now. Right, what I think we'll do actually, if we pick something within the system and then navigate there. Okay, so what it's done is it's added the right details there. What it hasn't done, it hasn't engaged the autopilot or engaged the FTL, because I don't think that actually created the bridge task specifically. It should be an easy fix actually. So I guess a point of note here is that if we were to go to orders and issue our shipwide order for exploring a star system, that in itself creates a shipwide task / mission / objective that generates multiple station specific subtasks, whereas if you issue a command to that person sat in that chair specifically, then that bypasses the ship-wide side of things, because you're not creating a ship-wide task. You're just issuing a direct order to that person. But that should still show up on here as one of the bridge tasks. So for every command that you order, we need to make sure that we're tracking those orders, so that any given moment you can see who's supposed to be doing what. And if they're not doing that, then you know something's gone awry somewhere. So let's just track that. See, from the NPC's perspective, and the nice thing about this is they don't care where this task has come from. All they care about is that a task exists that is a helm task, and that they will then manage that task. So whether or not it's a direct task that you've ordered from the radial menu, or whether it's a task that's been generated from a ship-wide objective, when it reaches the NPC, they have no awareness of where that's come from. They don't care how that task got raised. And again, so from the helm, they only care about these ones. So that navigator location should do the trick for us. Assuming it gets raised. So we just need to check with our radial menu. So we're still trying to shoot for Christmas this year as our early access, and that's really going to depend on whether or not all of the gameplay objectives that we've got are in the game, so that we've got our full vertical slice, even if it's rough. So we don't want everything to be like completely polished and completely done for early access, but we do want the vertical slice to be complete. So as long as everything's in and everything's playable in a rough way, then we'll feel comfortable going out into early access. As long as it's bug free, of course. We don't want a buggy, horrible experience, but as long as all those gameplay objectives are playable, then we don't mind a bit of grey boxing. We don't mind if we're short on a few features, as long as the core pillars are there. And hopefully we'll get that done by Christmas. Fingers crossed. Just need to stop breaking stuff. Where is our radial menu? Okay, so that manages that does that, and then we are firing that on our character. So that's this, and then this isn't a chair thing specifically, so it's going to go out as a command order, which we're sending through to our player controller, which is the debug stuff that we were tracking there, which we don't need. Same again there, which we don't need. Okay, so yeah, so we're creating our ship-wide order for that one, but not specifically for that one. So we're going to have to add bridge commands helm, into there, and we're going to have to make sure that we raise those helm tasks as they get put through, and we just need to make sure that we're raising these with helm. So bridge commands helm, bridge commands helm, bridge commands helm. Okay. Grab a reference to that. I suppose we also need to switch on our action ID there. We'll collapse all of this in a sec into its own node. Right, so we just need to know what those action IDs are. Oh, that really sucks. Yeah, it's one of the nice things about being an independent studio is that we get to make the call on when to release. And for us, it's obviously the pressure is still there, and we can't delay forever, because if we do that, it's never going to get released, because you're never going to be 100% truly happy with it. You have to pick a line in the sand where you think, okay, it's good enough, it's bug free enough, it's working well enough, okay, we can go live with it. But we still have that decision in our court. We can make that decision ourselves. We just have to be comfortable with it. But yeah, it's one of the reasons we were so twitchy about taking on a publisher and maybe losing control of that decision. And I think if we ever go with a publisher at any point in the future, then we will make sure that we never lose control of that decision. Because yeah, as you say, if someone decides to push it out anyway in a non-ideal state for investor reasons or marketing reasons or whatever else, then the fallout from doing so can be a lot worse than just delaying it. Yeah, it'll be done when it's done. We just need to make sure that when it's done, it's not too long. Okay, so we need to make sure that we are sending the right strings. And again, it looks like we're kind of going around the houses a fair bit with a lot of this stuff. But it's important that rather than just sending this string to the NPC and then making the NPC do an action, if you don't have that persistent task in the background that they're supposed to be following, then you can interrupt that action. So if you press some buttons on the helm, or you dismiss them from the chair, or you do anything to mess up their mojo whilst they're trying to do the task, if you don't have that persistent task ticking away in the background to kind of remind them what they're supposed to be doing, then you get into a situation where the NPC just gives up and sits there, even though you've given them an order. So that's what all this is about. It's making sure that on our orders manager we can raise a bridge task, whatever we call it, create bridge task. So for each one of these, we can now have a task sitting in the system that will remain there until the objectives of that task have been met, which is what we will specify here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we bug fixing and optimization are genuinely my happy place. I really like getting to the point where, like, we've done the feature that we wanted to add, and now all we need to do is polish it up, optimize, fix any bugs, and an optimization, especially getting it running as efficiently as possible. I love being in that point, because then we're just polishing. It kind of takes away a bit of the pressure. I mean, we do have and have had some really, really horrible bugs, which you know, after a couple of weeks of chasing down the same bug, you do kind of get down about it. But yeah, on the whole, I do love that part of the development process. Hopefully you won't need to wait too long for that, Anasi. Moons especially should be coming fairly soon. I do want to get the probe stuff done and a bunch of the sublight stuff done, probably either first or at the same time, but yeah, Moons is fairly high up there on the list. Right, so use command target, pending task. So this is an interesting one. So we're basically just telling them to use the helm, press the command target button on the helm. So we don't actually need to send through any specific objectives. We just need to know that button has been pressed. So I think what we'll do is we'll need to create some kind of, probably a pending boolean on the task manager that is waiting for that specific button on the helm to be pressed. And as soon as that button has been pressed, either by the player or by an NPC, then the criteria has been met in order to complete that task and clear off the system. The same is going to be true for using the sensor target and navigating us back home to Earth, although that specific one will have objective tracking, because it won't return true until we're actually back at Earth. So that just means we need to handle that separately. Right, let's collapse all this a minute so that we don't take up a whole bunch of space. Handle helm orders. So again, in terms of expanding all of this, we will have a comms channel for all the different bridge stations. So there's going to be 11 of these at least, and each one will have its own sub node for handling the specifics of each one. So of course we need to make the struct for each of those. So if we just create these. So superseding orders is also something that we need to make sure that we handle. So clearing off the task is pretty much a done deal already, so we don't need to worry about that. But we do need to worry about the logic behind checking validity in terms of clearing off a task. Need to make sure that we're actually supposed to be clearing off a task when we do it. Yeah, so the take us home one, we actually need to use navigate to location. So this is an example of reusing these tasks. So navigate to location is something that we can repeatably use. All we need to do is just give it the coordinates that we're going to. So we would need the coordinates for Earth, which I don't know off the top of my head. So we will borrow those from our ship. Just so happens that the defaults are in fact that place. Which is this. And then we've got our local coordinates for Earth. That number actually seems a little bit on the small side. I think I need to multiply that by 1,000. Yeah, sorry, or 100,000 even. Because those are specified in kilometers, but of course the Unreal unit is centimeters, so we need to make sure that we convert that so that it's in the right place. Otherwise the ship will be stopping like close to the sun. So we can just multiply each one of these by 100,000 just to sort that little problem out. And then the radius of the Earth, which is like 6,000 odd kilometers, isn't it? Radius of the Earth. 6,371. Doesn't need to be exact. Again, so for our objective tracking, we are making sure that the ship is within twice that distance of these target coordinates, and then we consider it to have arrived. If it's something like a space station, then we'd probably default that to a single kilometer. So we'd need to make sure that the ship exits warp within 2 kilometers of a station or ship or whatever else that we are warping on top of. It's interesting because we're not actually telling the ship where to appear when you disengage the FTL. We're letting the autopilot actually look to see where it is and then cut the engine itself. So when the FTL or rather when the autopilot like overshoots or undershoots a target, that's literally the limits of its computational ability, which is kind of cool. So we're not cheating, we're not specifying things manually. It's what we can use that for as well is in the future we can have upgraded autopilots or upgraded computer cores which are able to calculate these arrival distances more accurately. So whereas the basic core for calculating this might get you within a couple of kilometers of your target, if you upgrade that fully and have a much more capable computer core, then you can actually land the ship on the head of a pin. So it'd be good to have that as an upgrade path. I've seen Starship Command Orion Spur by way of YouTube creators showing it off, but I've not had the pleasure of playing it myself because I don't get the pleasure of playing things myself these days. I'm so busy working I never actually get a chance to play, which is a shame. But yes, I'd like to check it out and have a go on it for sure. just double check this. So helm use command target, helm use sensor target, and helm navigate to location, which is that one. Right, let's see whether this works. So technically, the only one of these which is trackable is this one. Again, because on our task manager, we are specifically tracking the objectives of this one. These ones here, we will need to set up that boolean to track those. But let's see whether it will successfully create a task to send us to another planet. So medium range, grab a planet, any planet. Right now we have no bridge tasks raised. So if we say navigate to command target, are we going to go there, or did it create? Okay. So we've got the helm task. It's assigned itself, so it's assigned. That's good. What it hasn't done is it hasn't used the button to target the target, and it hasn't done any of the other actions. So we need to make sure that it's doing its job. True that. Fortunately, I happen to really enjoy making the game, so it's as good as playing. So make sure that that's actually set to true a minute, because where is our construction strict hiding? So if a chair can spawn an NPC, then we have a flag to make sure that it does. So on this one, we're saying NPC default active. So because it can spawn an NPC, we're saying that it should, by default, spawn an NPC. I'm guessing that's actually happening on begin play. Didn't want that one. Add that one. Yeah, so if we're not on a tutorial, we can spawn an NPC, and we're telling it that we should spawn an NPC. Then we're setting this to true, which means we're making the NPC visible and setting our customization stuff. Yep, so that's all working. Which means going back to our check on helm, where are we? That one. This should be returning true. In fact, let's start spamming some debug just to make sure. So NPC active, make that green, make it last a second. Right, so that's giving us an NPC that's active, and if it's not, let's just create the opposite. So we're grabbing all of our tasks. So if we have a valid task, which we do because we've seen it, we've checked to see if it's pending, and we are assigning it. So we know that this worked because it was coming up as assigned. Okay, so that means on the next tick we would have fired this pin where we will be doing our navigate to location. So let's give ourselves a bit of debug here. Navigate to location. Make that green. Okay, so like before, we're getting the coordinates from the task, we're comparing that against where we actually are, and if those locations are the same, then we can say that we have arrived. Otherwise, does our nav target match our task target? So we're getting the local nav target from our ship. We're checking our coordinates on our task. If they do match, then we look at engaging the autopilot. If they don't match, then we're pressing the use command target button. Which we're just firing directly. So this is our button press. Let's just stick some debug on there. Pressing use target. Pressing engage autopilot. Right, let's just see how far through that it actually gets. Yes, as Claire's already just answered, we will have an overlay mode so that you can see things in space, because we've got rogue planets in now, and those rogue planets obviously are predominantly just dark, except for the ones that have their own internal heat. So we want some kind of like wireframe like overlay on everything. So like where we've got like a wireframe of Earth there where we are, we'd want to see that same wireframe out the window, kind of overlaid on everything, but we don't want it to be visible like from over here out of any other windows. We want that wireframe to only be visible if you're on the bridge. So we just need to sort that out. Okay, so pick a location, and then we tell the helm to navigate to our command target. Let's see how far we get. Interesting. So I didn't actually see it pick up that task at all. Okay, so we're doing NPC active, and then we're apparently giving up. Okay, so we're not doing that. So that's firing. that's not working. Well, no, it must be working because we're setting it to assigned. Right, hang on. Let's just make sure that we are recording that. Setting task to assigned. No pending tasks. This is a slightly odd one, so we're only actually doing anything if it's specifically pending. If it's not specifically pending, then we're going to action it. In the future, we will make sure that that is in fact only doing that for active tasks. But yeah, we'll just check that there's no pending tasks, and then obviously we are navigating to location. Am I doing the same one there? Let's make that one purple. Tempting. Right, let's see where that's tripping up. Yeah, there's what I want to do, and what I probably can do now, because we were having issues with the bridge shutters that were causing a problem with this, but we're not technically going to use the bridge shutters anymore because once this beam goes away, the bridge shutters become unusable. So we may be able to do it, but I actually wanted to have it so that the glass renders a particular channel, and then we set the overlay to that channel, so the overlay only becomes visible on the glass. So really that then is creating smart glass. So you could have, say, that window not assigned to that channel, so you could see it through these windows but not these windows. And it also has the benefit of still being visible like here on top of the ship structure, or here, because it's rendering on the glass, not in space, because that's what these windows are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be smart glass that can render information on the glass itself. But yeah, we'll see how that looks in practice when we do it. Okay, so right now we have no tasks, and as soon as we raise a task, we want to see this debug up here. First of all, assigning the task and then attempting to action it. So we will navigate to command target. Okay, so we're setting task to assigned, and then we're showing no pending tasks, which is true technically. There is no pending task, but we did assign it correctly. Oh. Right, Right. I see what's happening. So obviously we are telling it to use the command target we're not specifically then following up with actually navigate to that location. So yeah, so we've got a different task structure there, because where are we? So on this one, obviously we are using a navigate to location task, and we are giving it the coordinates. We're telling it to use the target, but we're not actually doing what the radial menu says, because on the radial menu, where are we? On here, we are treating that slightly differently. So if we go into here, helm, what we're actually asking is navigate to command target, and that's at odds with the command we're actually sending. So ideally we need to change this, and this goes back to what we were discussing earlier, where we have the difference between setting a target, setting autopilot, and then actively engaging the FTL. So do you command each of those actions separately, or do you just give the overall, just take us there, don't wait for me to say engaged, just go? Reminds me of Spaceballs. You know, why are you always preparing? Just go. So we can do that. What's the best order to do this in? So, right, so we need our dismiss NPC anyway. And I think if we keep that as use command target, and we'll keep that as use sensor target, take us home, that can stay as literally taking us home. Yeah, so if we add another couple of things here, we're limited to 8 on the radial menu, so we can't pack this with actions too much without needing to create a subfolder for storing the actions there. Thank you, Max, very much appreciated. I hope you did well today. Okay, so we've got use command target, which just updates the target. So you're just setting your nav target basically, but not doing anything with it. Same there with use sensor target. You're setting the nav target, but not doing anything with it. So we need engage autopilot, which we can just do as engage autopilot. Which we can pop into there. And then I guess engage FTL drive. So we don't want to redraw the menu on any of these. But we do on this one. sure that they're not remaining open. Okay. Right, so we've got dismiss the NPC, use the command target, use the sensor target, engage autopilot, and engage FTL. So that gives you those separate actions where you can queue up the target, but stop short of actually engaging the FTL. So you get that kind of engage moment. And then we've got take us home as a full action where it will do some of these things for you. So it will make sure the autopilot's on, it will make sure it's engaged. So that's like an all-in-one action. And then we'll also need navigate to command target, and also navigate to sensor target. So these two are, or these three rather, are all-in-one actions. Let's just have a look how they come up a minute. So they need condensing a bit, but so yeah, so on the helm you have a lot more options. So use the target, engage and engage. So those are your single fire actions, and then these three are, wait, do you mind? These three are multi-part actions where the task will remain active until you arrive at the destination. So we just need to plumb them in now. Actually, I'm just wondering whether or not we need the engage autopilot, because when we engage the FTL drive, we've got an NPC sat in the chair, so technically they are flying the ship at that point. So engaging the autopilot is redundant, because that's kind of a given when they engage the FTL drive. So we can remove one of our menu options, and it also means you don't have to click the UI, the radial menu, too many times, because otherwise what you're doing is you're using the target, menu closes, then you're setting autopilot, menu closes, and then you're engaging FTL, menu closes. So you're having to do three separate menu actions. Whereas if we combine the autopilot into engaging the FTL, then we're removing one whole click of the menu. Just unify that as engage. So from this perspective then, let's make sure I get these in the right order. Okay, so dismiss NPC we're handling separately. Right, so we've got use command target, use sensor target, and then gauge. I'm gonna rename that to nav to earth. And then we've got navigate to command target, and then to sensor target, and that was it. Okay. Okay, so all three of those ones are going to fire navigate to location, whereas those ones are just going to fire a button press. Right, so navigate to Earth is that one. So navigate to location, those are the coordinates. And I suppose on our task list, we need to make sure that we have these tasks specified, because well, I'm just trying to get my head around how we get it to do the multi-part action of first of all setting the target, then navigating to that location. So I think so we need to capture these coordinates at this point, but we also need to make sure that that happens on the helm. So we don't want to raise it as a task. I think we're going to have to do that in a one shot on here. So obviously we've got the use, and the engage. So we need so where we've got navigate to location, and that's using a target that's been provided to it. Navigating to the sensor target or navigating to the command target don't have the target information built in the way that this one does. So again, on here, when we're navigating to Earth, we're giving it the coordinates already because we know where Earth is, but we don't know what the sensor target is, and we don't know what the command target is at this point. All we know is that we've got our action ID here. That's all we know. We've been given an action ID and nothing else. And we want to keep it that way, because we don't want to start generating big payloads. We just want to pass our action through, and then the payload comes later. Yeah, because when it comes to the ship-wide version of this, so when we're doing our ship-wide tasks, we are capturing that information already. So when we create our ship-wide order, we're already capturing those coordinates. So when we raise our helm task, again, we're giving it the coordinates to go to, which basically means that we do need 2 additional tasks in this enum, specifically covering those scenarios. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. That's an old enum. So let's navigate to command target. Stick that up there. And navigate to sensor target. Yeah, I would like to fold it into this one, but being unaware of those target details beforehand, we don't really have a way of doing it without passing it through when we click the button. Yeah, because when we raise our ship-wide order, where are we? So ship-wide orders, blah 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 blah. Let's just follow that through a sec. Check and set. Okay, clear those, clear those, clear those, add that. Right, where does it get that from? Okay, so that struct must already have, yeah, it's got the coordinates and everything built into it already. So when we create that on here, just working out where we're getting those coordinates from specifically. Yeah, so that's creating that, and then when we fire that, we're doing that. So we're firing command order on the controller. Right, which is firing that. Okay, so we are, alright, so we're getting it directly from game state. So I suppose we can do that for the command target. But this is no good to us for speaking to the helm directly, because with this we've got a separate system ticking away, tracking the objectives on this one. So we're passing commands through, like press the button on the helm, as part of this. Whereas if we were to just give it the coordinates, then it hasn't pressed the button on the helm, which means the helm won't show the targets we're going towards, which means, going back to it, it means that we do actually require we require the pressing of the button, which means we do need that extra task. So annoying, but never mind, we can live with it. Right, yeah, so we've got those. So now so the difference between these two versus this one is these two need to manage the button press, whereas that does not. I mean, they'll eventually use the same logic as that. This goes back to something I was saying quite a few weeks ago now, where there's a difference between how the NPC needs to be directed and how a player needs to be directed. So with a player, you are issuing a fairly high level objective, which is take the ship to this location. With an NPC, you need to teach them every single step of the process. You need to press this button, now you need to press that button, now you need to do this and this and this. The NPC doesn't have the ongoing thought process to be able to work it out for themselves like a player would. So in order to action these two events, they have to press the button on the helm. Now I could send through this event here, so use sense target, use command target, but then we're creating multiple step-by-step events for an NPC that we wouldn't be doing for a player. So it's better that that we send a single. Wow, see, saying that, so I'm just thinking of a objective tracking with this as well. So the objective tracking obviously needs to know what the valid coordinates were at the time, because at the time you issue the order, a command target exists in the system, or a sensor target exists on the system. After you've issued that order, the captain needs to be able to go ahead and then change that command target, because they might be doing something different with a different station that is completely irrelevant to where the helm's going. So if you change the command target, then we can't keep referencing the live command target, because you're referencing something which is bound to change during the course of that particular task. So we need to lock those coordinates in and say, right, these are the coordinates, this is where we're going, and then we can change the command target arbitrarily. But I suppose it doesn't necessarily matter, because we can get away with not pressing the button. So I'm just thinking, like, every step of the way, we need to think about how's the NPC going to do this, and how's the player going to do this, because the player needs these tasks as well as the NPC. So if you're sat in the helm chair and the player captain, or indeed an NPC captain, wants you to go somewhere, then you need to see that task and have visibility of what that task is. And that needs to be exactly the same for the player as it is the NPC. So I'm just kind of logicking my way through this to work out what's the most efficient way of handling the task assignment and making sure that the NPC and the player are all pressing the same buttons for the same reason, because we don't want them doing things differently. So navigate to location. From a player's perspective, just trying to think of the logic here. So if we issue the order, go and explore this star system, then the first order that gets given to the helm is basically like, these are the coordinates we're going to. Are we there yet? And it will do the logic from that point. But we're not actually telling it to use the command target specifically. Whereas with the player, we can't give the player a set of coordinates because we don't want the player to have to then type those coordinates in manually when they should be able to just press a button. So really, rather than navigate to location generically, we should be using these two. So the first task would be navigate to command target, and at that point we need to capture the command target and capture it once at the time the command is issued, and then obviously press the button on the helm, store that, and then use that as our reference from that point on. And then obviously once we get to the system, the sensors guy is then generating the rest of the targets because the sensors guy is pinpointing the next thing that needs to be scanned. So we're no longer relying on a command target at that point because the sensors are saying, right, this planet, this planet, this planet. Which of course is going to be use the sensor target button. So yeah, so this is perhaps a little too generic for what we actually want players and NPCs to be doing. So when it comes to that explore this star system initial command, that needs to be the action. Use the current command target so that we know where we're going, not a generic go here. Okay. So I need to wrap those up largely with the same logic, just with a different button. And we need to make sure that we are storing that as well. The other spanner in the works with this one is obviously taking us back to Earth. Now there isn't a button on the UI for that, but there is that kind of Easter egg key where if you press the home key on the keyboard it targets Earth. So we can perhaps rely on that from the player's perspective. So if the NPC captain says, take us home, then the player just needs to press the home key on the keyboard. There's your target, and off we go. Binary, yes, there will also be a tactical target as well. So that's very much going to be a thing, because it could be the case that the tactical station has identified a ship that's out there somewhere that it needs to obviously go towards. So there'll be a tactical target option on the helm to keep track of And I suppose we also need things like if we're angling the shields or angling the firing arcs towards an object, then the helm needs to have awareness of what that object is and where it is. So there needs to be an active target lock for a moving target, which we don't have right now. So right now all of our targets are static in space. So yes, for a tactical target, for something that's moving, we need the ability to lock on and track that object so that its coordinates are constantly updating. So on the helm, we need things like, I guess, various positions for the ship versus the target. So if you want to, say, broadside that target, you'll have a button for positioning the ship in that way. So the autopilot will always try and keep the ship facing in that direction relative to that target. Yeah, so things like attack patterns and maneuvers are an awkward one. Like I said previously, it's probably handled better by way of scripting. So things like a flip and burn, so do a 180 flip and go full burn, those are perhaps tactical maneuvers that some of which we can pre-script, but others need to be manually scripted. So we need to provide some kind of scripting tool where you can decide how long you're firing each thruster for and which thruster you're firing. Because if you want the ship to kind of fly in a complex spiral, you could program those thruster firings in. So it would be a case of, and quite simple to be honest. So like thruster 1 fire at 30% power for 15 seconds, and it can just go through that script and just doing those actions one after another, which could be quite cool. You could have complex maneuvers that are pre-scripted and then repeatable. Yeah, for sure. So if you want to do some crazy complex maneuver where you suddenly just fire all the upper thrusters and just drop the ship down like a stone, but then also reverse it backwards at the same time, you could use that for an overshoot. So if someone's on your tail, you can drop down and go backwards because space is three-dimensional. You could pre-script that, so you just press a button and it does that for you. Obviously that's not coming till way later. But yeah, when it comes to simple things like, keep the nose pointed at the target, or keep the engines pointed at the target, or maintain prograde, maintain retrograde, we'll have buttons for that. That should be easy enough. Yeah, potentially would. The only problem with blipping the FTL is that you have to drop the shields to do it. Right, so we need to make sure we're processing these. Right, so that's specifically going there. We've got navigate to command target. And navigate to sensor target. Okay, so that gets them raised, but then we also have to actually work out the logic. Actually, yeah, and then that one will just be a button press. And then we need to track button presses. I think what we're going to have to do with the button presses is, and this is a job that needs to be done across the board anyway, is every single button on the ship across the board requires an ID. So every console, every station, every UI across the entire vessel needs an ID associated with it, because for things like the tutorial, we need to know which buttons have been pressed, and right now we're just placing a little trigger box in front of the button so that it captures the mouse click when you click it, which works about 99% of the time, but there's still that 1% where you can misclick it and not activate it whilst clicking the button underneath. But if each button has a unique ID, then we know exactly which button's been pressed and where. And we can also turn that into an audit log as well, which is handy. So we can produce an externally accessible audit log so we know who on the ship has pressed what and when, which could be useful for security stuff. But if we had that unique ID, then we know that center helm has been pressed. We know that use sensor target has been pressed, because we can just send out a broadcast using our broadcast system when that happens, really easily too. So where we do this, where is it? So when we press use command target, we are sending through our button ID of 23, which needs converting to a string at some point for this UI. But when this fires, we can just get our gameplay message subsystem and broadcast a global event. And on here, I guess we can just do like an audit log. Yeah, let's just do that, I suppose. So audit log. Base one first. Log of events occurring on the vessel. Stick it on there. And then we'll add a new tag on there. Right, so we've got audit log for button presses. Now, at some point in the future, we'll use a struct on that which contains not just the ID of the button pressed, but also a timestamp and the name of the character that pressed it. But for now, we can just send through just a button ID. Just pop that in there, and then that's happily now broadcasting out that button press has happened. We'll need a struct for that. I guess we'll do that. Stick it in our framework actually, as it's actually no, we won't. Let's make a new folder for it. I'm sure we'll expand on this over time. So we do an action ID. We shall have a time step, which would be date time and crew member, and that can just be a string as well for now. So just something simple. So so what happened, when it happened, and who did it. So then on the UI, and it's important that we're doing it on this side, which is not particularly clear because this is using the old system, but this is network authoritative, whereas this side is not. So it goes away to player controller to be authenticated, comes back as authoritative. So this is happening on the server. So it's the server itself which is running the audit log. So make struct audit log. So we won't bother about timestamps or anything yet. For now, we just need to know what button was pressed. So if we do button, and this is where we need to come up with a naming convention for these. Something like ADEC I guess we'll call it the forward section. So ADEC forward I guess bridge, and then well, actually we just do ADEC forward because we'll have all the other buttons across the ship will have a similar action ID, so we'll know what deck, what quadrant, and I guess what ring, so we can do 0 for the bridge. So ADEC forward ring 0, and then we can do H for helm. Of course there are 11 bridge stations, so we'll come up with different codes for all of them, maybe just helm like that. And then we need the number of the buttons, so let's just say 1 for now. Or 001. Yeah, so we'll have something like that. So we'll have some kind of semi-readable code so that we know specifically which buttons have been pressed. And then we need to do that for every button, basically. And then of course we need a giant spreadsheet of all of these written down so we know which one's which. Yeah, I want to keep it really short. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see just how many buttons there are, because on some decks there are easily over 100. Okay, so we know that we're broadcasting this when the button is pressed. So we have a global event on the server that is firing when that button is pressed, and it fires every time that button is pressed. So we need a trigger on here, I mean, we can register it on begin play maybe. I mean, ideally we want to do it only when it's needed, but it's one of those things that when you set up the listener, it's set up then, isn't it? So we could do listen for gameplay messages. Can we like stop listening? Because what would be nice is if we could begin listening for that event, and then when the event is received, we then stop listening. I don't think there's a way of doing that. Yeah, the problem is though, even if you do fire once, at that point it's still listening. So if we do audit log button press, and our payload is struct audit log. So as soon as we connect that up, that's it. That's now listening for that event. Now what we can do is we can have a boolean. What we could do is set the boolean up using the name of the event that we're firing. So in this instance, it's that button ID. Like that. So we're basically saying that button has been pressed when the audit log determines it has been pressed. And because that's a global event, where we are absolutely capturing that button press. So what we need to do is when the task is assigned, we need to make sure that this is set to false. And then, hang on, let's look at our management log here. So okay, so that's happening on task manager. Yeah, so okay, now that makes sense. So we're raising the task on the task manager down here somewhere. Where is it? So create bridge task. So what we can actually do is when we create our bridge task, and let's just make sure that that's definitely what we're firing. Yeah, create bridge task. We can query what type of task, and this is perhaps a little on the old long-winded side, but we can collapse this. Yeah, so depending on the task that's been created, if it's anything that's waiting for an action in the audit log, then we can set this to false at this point. So things like use sensor target, for example, if that's the thing that we're waiting for, then we've immediately set that to false, and that will not return true until the audit log says that that button's been pressed. which means when we are doing our check, so we're managing our bridge tasks, so when we are checking to see whether this has been pressed, what we're actually checking is we're checking has that been pressed. So stick a branch on that. Oops. So if that is true, then we can clear off the helm tasks. So clear tasks helm. So quite simply, as soon as that fires true, clear the task, consider it job done. So that kind of completes the loop. I'll admit it's a clunky solution, but it is kind of foolproof because we are specifically broadcasting the button press, and it's the button itself that's broadcasting, hey, I've been pressed, not we're not waiting for the NPC to broadcast they've pressed it, we're not waiting for the player to broadcast they've pressed it. The button itself is saying, right, audit log, I've been pressed, and the audit log itself says this button's been pressed. The challenge with it is going to be tracking and managing all of these codes, and I think for the sake of my personal sanity right now, I think we will give that a more meaningful title. So helm use sensor target. So like in the future, as we move forward, we will use a much more compact code for these. But while we're setting this up, I'll stick with codes that actually are human readable. Otherwise, I'm going to completely forget which one's which. But of course we need to break that, and we need to switch on that, because there's no point us just sending a string if we don't know which string we've sent. So if we use the name of the boolean as our string, and then we'll just have use command target, engage FTL, engage autopilot. So use command target, engage autopilot, engage FTL. It's the main ones, isn't it? Use sense target, use command target, engage autopilot, engage FTL. Those are the ones we predominantly need to be using to get anything done right now. So given that these are single button presses, that can be our objective completion track. Hey LT Gaming, good to see you. I saw your video the other day, it was very good. Thank you for that. Yeah, I can imagine that, Abrogator. That must be a nightmare. Yeah, I find that, I guess because we're working on such a wide range of systems with this game, and they're so eclectic and varied and numerous. If I don't name things in a way that makes sense to a human reading it, and I don't comment things fully enough, like in a couple of months' time, if I go and look at one of those classes, I have not got a clue what they're doing, why I set it up that way, what that variable's for. I can't, like, for my own mental state, I need to name things in ways that I can understand later. I have to think of future me. Absolutely. Yeah, I do definitely have some weirdly named variables and some functions. Title things like, why the F don't you work? Got a few of those knocking about. Right, so yeah, so this will do. So we'll set those to true as required. They should all be false by default. And then let's just do set required variables, because there might be more than one in the future that requires something. So again, these ones are multi-part actions. These are simple button presses. Yeah, so we're going to have a similar thing on some of these where like when we're selecting the next sensor target and we're sending that to the helm, as far as the ship-wide objective is concerned, we're simply asking the sensors to pick the next target that requires scanning. And we'll give it the logic that it needs to go through to identify what that is. But we need to track when it has picked a target and then sent that to the helm. So I think we'll make the send to helm button the trigger in that instance. So we'll need a sensor's use send to helm button as part of that. In fact, let's go ahead and create that while we're here. So sensors send to helm. That's going to be another one that that we'll need to track on this. So yeah, we don't have that specifically. So we'll need to make sure we, at the very least, will have send to helm as an action you can choose on the UI. But yeah, we'll come to that one soonish. Right, so that's those set up, and so yeah, when it comes to the tasks themselves, these should be quite easy to track. So you've got use command target, gauge autopilot, gauge FTL, and then if any of those report true, we'll just clear the current bridge tasks. Just replace those. so that handles them. Now, one of our points of contention was objective tracking on these two specifically, because we are tracking to see whether or not we are within range of the target that's within the task, which means that we need to update this target on the fly. Yeah. Let's just try that on the NPC side a minute. Hang on, let's get rid of all these tabs. Keep that one because we'll come back to that shortly. And then we need our wrong blueprint. That's all we wanted. Right, so that navigate to location. We need to do a couple of things with this now. So navigate to command target. So as part of our logic here, so the very first thing we need to do is capture that target, and now we have access to that by way of the game state. So there is our command target, which gives us all the stuff we need. So we've got access to it there, which means on our helm task we can update the reference in the struct and keep that as our saved target. But the way we want to do this guess we're going to have to do it upon assignment, because we need to do this once and only once, because obviously we're ticking all of this logic here once per second. So this pin's going to be firing as soon as we've assigned the task. So I guess this is the spot, this is the point where we need to do a fire once action. So we set the task as assigned. Yeah, and I guess we're also going to have to do our one-off tasks here at the same time. So depending on what the order is, there are going to be some one-off actions that need to be performed immediately, before the next tick 1 second later, when we actually then start processing that. So when it comes to capturing that command target or capturing that helm sensor target, we need to do that at this point. And we need to do it quickly enough that in the time that it takes the captain to click the target on the holo display, pick the right option from the radial menu, and then maybe go back and click on something else, we need to have already captured it by that point. Now obviously the radial menu is a dynamic beast, so we can't do it from the radial menu itself. It has to be from here. So let's just collapse this a sec, and we'll do these as on-off actions. Or even better, unassigned actions. So as soon as we've assigned the task to this particular NPC, there are some actions that are assignment specific. So if we are navigating to our command target, the one thing that we want to do specifically is we want to set members on here, and we want to set our details. So we need to get our command target, and then update this task to make sure these details are correct. In fact, even more so than that, yes, we need to do this too. So we need to make sure that that we're setting that on the task manager as well. Otherwise, it will have no knowledge of the fact that we have just updated information on our task. So across the board, we should then be square on where it is we're going. So in this particular instance, we would get our game state. We would cast to it. Do need to set up a blueprint interface for this, but for now we will just grab that, because we just need a get command target from game state as an interface, and that will give us what we need. Right, so that gives us our coordinates and our radius all nicely packaged up already. Right, so that's our one-off action. At the same time, we also need to make sure that we are setting our coordinates on the helm itself. So we need to set our nav target to those coordinates, but we're actually checking the logic for that when we get to this point. So the first thing that we check is, are we there? So we check to see whether or not we're in range, in which case we do nothing. If we're not within range, then this is where we check to see, right, is our current nav target the same as our helm target? So we've already just updated this, so all of this won't fire until at least 1 second later, so it should be updated by then, and then we can go ahead, engage the autopilot, and do everything else that needs doing. Okay, so that actually should be done as we need it to be, and then we need to make sure we do the same thing for the sensor target, but on this one, actually saying that, we don't need those to be separate because navigate to location doesn't care where the target came from, so we can actually just reuse that code. But where it does matter is here, because obviously we need to get the sensor target, not the command target. So get sensors data and get oh yeah, break that open. There's a lot of sensors data, as you can see. Sensor and nav target is what we're after. So that's basically that's what gets set when center helm is pressed. So specifically we want those details there, and we want our physical characteristics where we will fetch our radius. A bit long-winded, but that's where our data comes from. Yeah, so we should have the right radius there for everything except maybe stars, but we'll have to test that and see. But so again, the logic here is the moment we assign the task, we check to see what type of task it is, and if it's one of these matching ones, then we go ahead and we update that data, and then update the task on the task manager with the new data that we've just extracted. Have a good one, Binary. Hope you feel well rested in the morning. Exactly that, Abrogator, yeah. It literally is saying that. Like, was it this one? Yeah, so, yeah, it's literally firing, "Are we there yet?" once per second until you arrive. The world's most annoying bit of code. Right, let's just give this a try then. So hopefully I've hooked everything up correctly where it needs to go. Obviously we've just done a whole bunch, so there's no guarantee this will work first time. It rarely does. So step one is we will grab ourselves a target. We will then ask them to navigate to it. So actually let's try both. So right now we've got nothing targeted. So if hold on. I suppose if we go over here, so we've got nothing on our task list. If we target our helm, then we should be able to kind of cheat our way over here. We want to use command target. So hopefully we should see it pop up really briefly and then disappear when it's been pressed. Okay, so it definitely came up. and did not get pressed. Right, I think I know why actually. I don't think I even did the logic for that. Which will be why it's doing nothing. Right, so use command target. Use command target, create bridge task, that's fine. We don't need any of that. Yeah, so that should be alright. So on here, yeah, so use command target. We're setting that. Oh yeah, that's our logic check, isn't it? Yeah, so use command target, set it to false. Okay. Right, and we're tracking those there. Right, so on the chair logic, right, so we've assigned the task to ourselves. We don't need to worry about the unassigned actions for these because we're just pressing a button. But of course, this is all the NPC logic, and I've got nothing connected, so of course it won't do anything. So we need to get our global event handler. So this is the old system. And call global event by name. And then I need to remember which one it was. Oh no, we were doing this now, weren't we? That's fine. So yeah, so we can fire that. So no, we don't use the old one, use a new one. So get gameplay message subsystem, and then we shall broadcast a message, and the message is radial menu. Something or other. Nope, can't remember. So we had radio menu. Which one were we doing it on? Bridge commands helm. Instruct radio menu. Yeah, I thought that was it. So bridge commands helm, and then instruct radio menu. Payload, there we go. That's the one we wanted. Yeah, so because we're just pressing a button, all we're doing is we're firing a global event to press that button, and you just need to make sure we send the right code through, which would be that. Just like that. And then once that button is pressed, that should trigger another global event for the audit log to confirm the button's been pressed, and then that should clear off our event, our task from the task list. So set our command target. So we'll just verify that right now nothing's been pressed. We shall bring up our radial menu, and we shall step through the planet teleporter, which we didn't want to do. Now the menu's stuck on there, which we don't want. Let's try that again without walking through the teleporter this time. Okay, so use command target. It's assigned and didn't disappear, but did we press the button? So we did press the button, so that's good. And it's still there, which is not good. Okay. But it did press the button. In fact, if we press it, we can see that it's definitely pressing it, so that's good. And out of interest, if I do navigate to command target, it should take us there. Maybe. Did that change that? No, so it's, yeah, because we've got a task there. Actually, that's a fair point. We should be removing tasks if there are any in the system, because we're superseding that with our new command. So when we create a new bridge task, so yeah, before before we do this, we actually need to purge any tasks that are already there. So clear bridge tasks. Now we can just use our station. So what we're doing is we're just clearing off any existing tasks for that particular bridge station. So we won't have duplicates sitting around. And let's just tidy this up a bit as well while we're here. Right, so we've got a new bridge task coming in. So we can clear off anything for that bridge station, because this is going to supersede that order, basically. And that will then set the variable. We need to make sure that this is being received. Did we set... Let's make sure we set the right code. No, we didn't. So the reason this didn't flag up is because we didn't set the right code. So let's just do that a minute. And the code was use command target. UI, any UI. Yeah, so button 23 was use command target. So we'll just fire that from there. So use sensor target is button 15. So we need to look at button 15 on our thing here and just pop that in. Button 15. Again, it's a bit messy, but we can tidy that up later. So that's just confirming that that those buttons are in fact being pressed on our audit log. Right, let's try that again. Okay, so pick a target, click the helm, come over here. Right, so use command target, it's assigned and it's gone. Perfect. And job done. Do another one. So you can see that the dotted line there is obviously set over there. So if we do use command target, you can see that the dotted line moves. Use command target, dotted line moves, and our task should be appearing and disappearing. So pick another one, bring up the menu, run over here, use command target, task appears, is assigned, and it's gone. Perfect. So that's exactly what we want to be seeing. During normal operation of the bridge, we should be seeing tasks appearing and disappearing all the time. They come up as pending, they get assigned, they disappear. And there should be tasks appearing and disappearing continuously. So that works. So the next thing, and if we target that one, and we do navigate to command target. Now the interesting thing with this is whether or not that gets cleared off when we arrive. It shouldn't take us too long. So again, the logic is looking for twice the radius of the object for our arrival criteria. So as soon as we start seeing the object fully, we're on the dark side or whatever it is. So we should see. Oh, yep, here it comes. So that should vanish once we are within range. I think we have a kilometre to centimetre problem there because we're inside the object. Okay, so the NPC immediately fired up the FTL again because as far as he's concerned, we're not there yet. So we got to the right location. We just didn't get to the right location, which means our radius must be incorrect. What have we got it set to on here? So, okay, so the target radius on there is correct. So if we select something else. You'll do, and then we navigate to that. You should see that, yeah, so that the radius is updated on here. So we have the same issue we had last time where, see, he turned it back on quite happily, but when the NPC tries to turn the auto nav on too quickly, it's still in the process of shutting off, so it comes on too quick and then it doesn't work quite how we want it to. so yeah, so our target radius is 25,000, so we should stop easily outside of the object's radius, because we're going for, well, we're checking for twice the radius here, but the autopilot is looking for like 1.5 times the radius before it thinks we're there. If we end up inside this again, which I think we might do. Typically it's on the dark side, so we can't really see what's going on. Getting closer. Not sure why it's dropped down to 9%. That's going to need some tweaking. But yeah, so that's definitely not going away. So we need to make sure that the nav target that we're tracking has the correct radius associated with it. And on our task manager, manage bridge tasks, so that's the button presses. Ah, look, we don't have it hooked up. Yeah, this should be the same. So checking our task, 2x the radius. Right. Yes, so because we are updating the live task with our command or sensor target, upon assignment, we can share the check-in code, so that's fine. The more worrying point is why the autopilot is not doing its job, and I'm wondering whether it's because the object class is not being set. So when we like send an object from the sensors, we send a bunch of data across, like object class and such, beyond where it is in its radius. So when we're looking at things like, are we there? Yeah, we need to make sure that this radius is correct. Yeah, and that's being handled in centimeters, and our disengage is also being converted to centimeters, so that the raw figure is kilometers. Okay. But that said, hang on, let's just see where we're setting that in a minute. Right, okay, so need to make sure that we are actually setting this. should be. Easiest way to do this actually is if we just grab that. Just want to make sure that this value is properly set to kilometers and matches our target radius. Interesting. Why are we generating weird objects on there? This is another issue with having the test map versus the proper live environment. Is things like the data for some of these custom systems isn't available on the test map like it is on the live environment. So it makes testing things like Earth difficult. Right, so pick one of them, go there. Okay, so we're seeing a radius of 1163, which matches 1163 on there. Okay. So if we center helm and then we say use sensor target, did that create a duplicate one, or have I just not hooked that up somewhere? Probably the latter. So what I'll do, just zoom in a bit. Pick one of them. Go there. So 696340, which of course is the central star. So that's fine. So the autopilot and the UI here are getting the correct radius for the object, which means that now that we've hooked this up, this should disappear when we're in double the radius, assuming that this is getting the right data, which it might not be. Kind of need the distance to update based on the distance to the object minus its radius, because we're computing our arrival point, so we need to know the distance to the arrival point, not necessarily the distance to what in this case is the surface of the object. And interestingly, with the autopilot, we are coasting for too long when we get there. So we will reach that point, but the question is, at what point? And this is still showing nothing. So That means the logic on here oh, hang on a minute. Right, yes, so I see what's happening here. So the distance between these two vectors is in centimeters. So of course that's going to be a really, really big number, which means that's never going to be less than 2 times the target radius. So the easiest thing to do is if we multiply this by 100,000. In fact, do we have kilometers to centimeters as a macro? Yes, we do. Thought I'd set that up at one point. Yes, so the issue was one of mixed units. So we want to be doing this computation in centimeters, not kilometers, because that is in centimeters, which means everywhere where we are doing this also needs to be handled by way of centimeters. So I think we were doing that on here as well. So yes, we are. So that also needs to be adjusted to make sure that we are talking in terms of centimeters and not kilometers. I don't think we did that anywhere else. No. So basically there are 2 issues there. One is we're looking at the wrong scales, and 2, the autopilot is slowing down to a crawl too soon, which is interesting. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Let's see whether that's specifically because of the radial menu, or because something's up with the autopilot. So if we go to Venus, center helm, I'm not going to use the radial menu at all. Yeah, so we've got a target radius of 6,000, which is correct. Yeah, so target type is something that we're not carrying through on the radial menu, but it's something that we potentially could. So we'll bear that in mind. Alright, so let's just see whether or not we do arrive promptly. Do. Okay. Okay, so if we target Earth then instead, and then we tell the NPC to take us there, like, do we actually arrive? So our target type defaults to star system because we haven't told it specifically what target type it is, and the approach distance isn't set. Now that shouldn't matter because we're doing it via radius anyway. Let's fix the autopilot there. So this task should properly disappear this time. See Earth looming large. Right, so when we're within twice the radius, that should disappear. Yep, there it goes. So twice the radius, task is gone, and we should properly stop. So we've gone down to that whole 9% thing. I'm pretty sure I set the default arrival to radius and a half, which we're less than now. Let's just see whether or not we crash. So it should be about 1,000 kilometers above the surface now, and rapidly crashing. Yeah, it's about 500 kilometers up. 4, 3, and crash. Okay, so right, so when we send a command target, it's not able to work out where to stop. And we know that the radius is correct. So math-wise, basically from half a light year away, which is when you enter the system, it will reduce the throttle down to a minimum of 30 kilometers per second when you are within 1.5 times the radius of the object. And then here, this is where we are doing the same thing in terms of when to disengage the FTL drive. Again, when you're within 1.5 times the radius of the object. But of course, we were giving the FTL the option to stop outside of the system by kind of gaming the autopilot here. And I think what we'll do is skip that, because everything's coming up as a star system by default, which means we're setting a crazy low value. In the future, we have our approach distance, that's the arrival altitude, so you'll be able to set the approach distance on the UI. That's kind of like waiting for that, but for now it is just radius times 1.5, and what we were doing is changing that value depending on the type of object it is. So for things like black holes or very large stars, we're forcing the ship to stop further away. But right now, for testing, we'll just do radius and a half. So so what we can do then on our check here, we know that we're waiting until we're 1.5. So if we do 1.6, then so we won't have completely stopped, but the task will have disappeared. That just gives us some wiggle room, just to make sure we have actually got there. And we'll do the same on here. Again, we'll give it a little bit of wiggle room. So the autopilot, because we are cutting off the FTL when we're radius and a half away, and we're not going to minimum speed until we're 1.5 the radius away, means that we're effectively doing a hover slam. So as the engine reaches minimum speed, we cut the engine off based on how far away we are. That's kind of the intent of that. Right, let's give that a quick test a minute. Okay, so pick an object, any object, and navigate to there. Okay, that is set. Going to plow happily through Earth. We have our task on the board. Not sure where it is we're going. Neptune, maybe? Yeah, one of the ice giants. Yeah, Neptune. Okay, so we should stop radius and a half. So basically, as soon as that hits 30 kilometers per second, we should practically stop. Yeah, bang on actually. Perfect. And that task should be gone, which it is. Okay. Yes, it will do, because we should know exactly when we get where we need to be. Right. So what this means is because our command that we're giving them is being created as a task on the jobs board, it means that as long as that task exists on the jobs board, they will continue to like put their best endeavors towards getting there, which means it doesn't matter what you press on any of these buttons, they will try and get to that target. So you could like set the ship somewhere else. In fact, let's try that. Let's go over there. So upon task assignment, we are capturing the coordinates. I need to fix whatever's going on with that autopilot actually, because it's not coming back on properly, even though it says it's on, it's not coming back on. So you need to kind of turn it off and on again. So that's definitely one bug. Okay, so we're we're heading across to that place there. Now if I do that, can you see that it's setting the target back again? So it doesn't matter like what I press, it's constantly setting it back, and I can like try and change the thing. I can turn the FTL off, and then it will like do that. It will re-engage the FTL on its own like that and continue to try and get to those coordinates. Obviously the autopilot is broke, so it needs turning on and off again, but that NPC is trying very hard to reach that target, and it doesn't matter what I do as a blundering human, it's constantly overriding my actions, and will continue to do so for as long as that exists. And I think I've just made it do a loop of shame. Oh no, it's going back. Okay, so yeah, so that's way more robust than it was before. Before you could press like a different target on here, or disconnect the FTL, or turn off the autopilot. You could do a whole bunch of stuff, and the NPC wouldn't know what to do to cope, because as far as the NPC is concerned, they've turned on the autopilot, they've pressed engage, their job's done. They cease monitoring it at that point, but now they're actively monitoring it right till journey's end, which is the behavior we want to see. Right, so let's see then if we pick a star. Can we set a shipwide order to explore this target? Okay, fix the autopilot for them. Actually, let's explore Alpha Centauri because it's closer. So shipwide orders, explore command target. Great. So I changed the target of interest halfway through, and they were able to successfully update what they're doing to get to the new target, so that's good. So of course now we've got different tasks going. So we've got our Explorer system global shipwide task running, and we've got our helm task to get there running. As soon as we arrive at that system, like as soon as we cross within the borders of that system and we're half a light year away, then we should see a sensors task appear for running a long range survey. And there it is. Medium range survey either. Yeah, so the sensors task is now coming up. Now that sensors task obviously can be handled by the sensor station completely independently of what the helm's doing, and whilst that sensors task is being actioned, the helm is still like dutifully flying towards the center of the system. We need to change that so that it stops on the outskirts, but that medium range scan is likely to have finished doing its scan before we've actually arrived at our destination on the helm. So at that point, when the sensors task disappears, a new helm task will be created which overrides this one, and right now we've arrived, so it's disappeared anyway. So you should be able to have helm and sensor tasks operating independently. When it comes to audit log tracking, we need to make sure that completion of our medium range scan, so if we just kick that off, the completion event from this needs to broadcast an audit log event, so that this task is aware that this action has been completed. We could even actually check our exploration data to track whether or not all of these objects correctly have 2 pips. In which case we're checking the data directly rather than just checking for a broadcast. Although checking for the data does require looping through all of our exploration data, which is going to be a lot slower than just checking for a boolean. So I think we'll just do the boolean check on that one. Now the interesting thing is, now that we've done that, then this particular system is obviously scanned to level 2 across the board. So when it comes to the logic on here, that's the wrong one. This one. Right, yeah, so that needs hooking up next. Yeah, the logic on here. Too many things. Let's go to the function directly. Right, yeah, on here, medium range survey required is automatically going to return false because that system's already been scanned now. So the next thing that would need to happen is we need to go through and find out what's in that system and what is the closest object that requires scanning next. In which case, we have to raise a task to identify that target and then send that target to Helm. In which case, we would do the send to Helm button press as our completion event, and then raise a new task for sending that to the Helm. So yeah, so logic wise, and this is where we're dealing with the overlap between the sensor job and the Helm job. So the Helm has something sent to Helm. Yeah, so in our logic for fully exploring the system, we need to make sure that we check before we check this, we need to check to see do we currently have a target. In fact, probably sooner than that actually. Yeah, we'll probably move that up to here. So if we are confirming that we're in the correct star system, the next thing that we'll check is, do we currently have a targeted system, a targeted planet which has been sent to the Helm that is not yet fully scanned? And if that is true, then we create the Helm task. If that is not true, then perhaps we can then check to see whether we need to do a survey and then target the object that we need. Or maybe we do the survey check first. But either way, we need to verify that there isn't something sat waiting for the Helm to pick up before we then tell the Helm, right, there's something waiting for you, go ahead and now go to that target next. And then on the next tick, we then need to check that we are currently on our way to a target that requires scanning, which means the system needs to basically wait wait until we get there, and then it can raise the task for the sensors to do its short range scan. Yeah, because if we don't do those checks, then it's going to start raising overlapping tasks, which is going to confuse everything, which we don't want to do. But let's at least let's get that medium range scan done automatically, and then we can see where we're going. I think we will also on our level here, yeah, make sure that we're starting a new game on our test map rather than loading. Otherwise we'll have that scan data there every single time, which will make it annoying to test. Yeah, so if we start with this, and how much of we need to kind of minimize looping through the exploration data if we can possibly avoid it. I suppose actually what we should do is when we start the process, if we grab a reference to our matching exploration data. So if we've got exploration data which is matching our coordinates, rather than just outputting a yes or no result, we actually store a reference to that exploration data right at the beginning of the process, so that if we need to query it further along the line, then we're not having to loop this entire array again further through the graph, because we might be hitting this multiple times, and that will help with optimization, because again we are creating and storing a tremendous amount of data for this game, with with the star systems and the exploration data, and every star system that you explore, like every time you press a scan button, this array grows by one entry, and there is a subarray which is the planets, so the system bodies, and this array will have upwards of like 20-30 objects in it normally, so you can imagine that this grows exponentially and gets quite large, so we need to make sure we hit it the least amount of times possible. But for now, we are creating our medium range scan, so we're clearing our sensors task, we're creating our task there. Exactly, Firstus, exactly. So we need to start thinking about optimization now rather than kind of worrying about it later when it's biting us in the ass. And furthermore, that's also replicated, so yeah, that can pose an issue. Right, so where are we? Chair. So yeah, so we're grabbing a reference to our task manager. We are doing our tick, and basically we're going to disregard everything we were doing before, and yeah, and basically start from there. And I might actually just grab this. Actually, no, it won't. No, we'll do it. We'll do it from scratch. It's easier. So question number 1. Do we have a pending task? Actually, let's take a step back from there. So do we have any sensors tasks? And that's our yes and no. So we'll collapse that. So if we do have a sensors task, then we just set that as a variable. Try and keep this consistent to the other one we were doing. Right, so if yes, and we shall color code this, because why not? So if there are no pending sensors tasks, then we're good. Nothing needs doing. Okay, if we do have a sensors task, is the task pending? So we're saving that as our local variable, so grab that, break that, get our state is that pending, branch on that result, that's our yes and no. Come on, give me some stuff. There we go. Okay, so sensors task pending, yes or no. If it is pending, then we want to get our task manager. And then we want to update sensor, update bridge task. before we do that, we want to set members in that. And we're going to set our state to assigned. Right, so we check to see if we have any tasks, and we check to see whether there's a pending task. If it is a pending task, we assign it to ourselves. Otherwise, we can action the task. So is the pass pending? No. So what we're doing, so we're running a scan, aren't we? Okay, so begin actioning task, and for this we're going to get the task itself. Where are we? So this one isn't going to be a collapsed node because we're going to do that. Oops. Actually, I suppose this is an endpoint one, so we can make it gold. Okay, so this is where we would do our subgraphs for whatever it is we're doing. So right, so in this instance then, we were going to perform a medium range survey. So there's a few things we'd have to do here. We need to make sure that we're on the right sensors page, and we need to make sure that like we're all zoomed in and stuff so that we can see what we're doing. So I suppose the first thing we would need to do is get game state, get sensors data, cast to start some game state, get sensors data. Right, so there's that's our sensor snapshot, which we store on game state so that we can access it from anywhere. So what we want to know is, first and foremost, what sensor mode are we on? There are only 4 of them. So if we're on medium range already, then we can go ahead and perform the scan, press the button. If we're not, then for all the other 3 modes, we just have to press that button. So I guess we need a sensors version of our gameplay messaging. So broadcast message, and that's going to be bridge commands sensors, and make struct radial menu payload, and that would be sensors medium range. So whichever one of these we were on, it doesn't matter which one, because we just need to press the medium range button. So that will have the NPC press that button on the sensors UI. Just collapse this down. Medium range survey. So we want these actions to be separated temporarily. So if the NPC needs to press a button, then we won't go ahead and then follow up with the next button press immediately. We'll wait for the following tick where this runs again. So again, this logic is ticking once per second. So on the next tick, it will then go through, and we'll now be on medium range. So now we can do whatever the medium range thing is, which is, of course, press the scan. But we do have something to check here first, which is, are we currently doing a scan already? So that would be the button for doing the survey itself. But we're getting ahead of ourselves a bit with that, because if we grab census data, I think we're actually tracking whether we're scanning. Yeah, there at the top. So if scanning is false, then we can go ahead and press the button. Otherwise, we're just waiting for that scan to complete. And to be honest, I'm wondering whether or not we're checking that too late. So if we pop that in there and just add scanning to our list of checks, then it won't actually attempt to do anything unless scanning returns false. In which case we are then free to go ahead and either press buttons or do anything else. Because if scanning is happening, we don't want to press anything. Okay. So that should at least get us to the point where a medium range survey is happening. But we do need to check our nav panel to make sure that that's actually being listened for, because we've got so we've got our listening channel here and our action IDs here. So we just need to make sure that we have all of our buttons set up for that. Right, so we had sensors medium range, and we had sensors medium range survey. and we just need to make sure that we have corresponding buttons that we can call that are parallels to the actual button itself being pressed. And that's long range. Where's medium range on? Here it is. So where's our survey? Oh yeah, so here are our buttons. Yeah, so we're going to need custom buttons for those, because each of the 4 sensors pages is essentially a separate widget. So even though they've all got the same 4 buttons for the different modes, they are different versions of those 4 buttons for each of those 4 pages. So we're going to have to create 4 additional custom events on each page to make sure that we've got those buttons being pressed. Although we could potentially skip that and just use these directly. So rather than creating a custom event, we could just cut out the middleman and do that. It's a little bit more overhead if I have to go in and change anything, but it beats creating lots of custom events. And then the other thing we need is medium range survey, which we've already got a custom event for, so we can just hook into that one. Medium range survey. Right. We'll probably need these ones further down the line. Yeah, so again, we are, in terms of our logic and the things that we are giving the NPC to do, we are giving the NPC a high level instruction, which is to perform a medium range scan, medium range survey. The task system doesn't care what the sensors are doing or what page it's on or anything like that, or even if anyone sat in the chair, it doesn't care. All it's doing is it's creating this event for whoever is assigned to that sensor station, whether they be sat there or not, which means that this is going to sit in the queue until it's being actioned. And then on the NPC itself, that's where we're giving it the logic to check whether it needs to press the button, or whether it's in the right mode, because again, from a player's perspective, that's the player's brain working that out. From the player, we're just saying, right, do a medium range scan in the system, and we expect the player to know how to do that. Whereas with the NPC, we're having to give them the tools to work out, how to get to that end goal. Right, let's see whether they do. Indeed. In fact, we can probably do it within this system, to be honest. So right now we're on GPS mode. So if we just grab that NPC, of course, yeah, so it's obviously you can't access these until it's on the right mode anyway from the radial menu. So if we do conduct survey, yeah, there we go. Do we have a task? No. So right, so that's firing it directly, which is what we don't want. So that needs replacing with a task-based version, so that the task can be tracked and made robust. Okay. Right, so let's try it on here. So if we target Alpha Centauri, we oops, no, we need to do a global order. So shipwide order, explore the command target. Okay. Start our journey. Right, I'm specifically going to set that to the galaxy map, so that the NPC basically can't do the survey from that point. It's going to have to. They're going to have to press the button to get to the button that they need. Okay, so we've got our shipwide task active. Our helm task is assigned. Just need to wait to arrive at that system, which will be there in 50 seconds. Okay, so we're in the system. We should have a task there. Oh, they've assigned it to themselves, so they've done that much. And they haven't gone through and selected the right mode or anything. But they definitely assigned it to themselves, so that's a start. Right, so where did that fall on its face? Oh, kitten's arrived. If you see me suddenly scream and collapse to the floor, it's because she's tried running up my bare leg. Yes, this is Acorn. Who's, yeah, probably needs out because she's been in the office all day. I shall hand her over to Claire, who is tangled up in everything, it would seem. Yeah, have a cat.
Thank you.
Okay, so we know that this worked, which means that if the task is pending, not pending, it should go this way. So I guess the only way this could not be doing this is if it wasn't firing this pin. So let's just create a little bit of spam. Just to see what the task is coming up as. It should match the UI, but let's make sure it's actually getting this far. Yeah, so that's definitely going out the right pin. And then yeah, so unless this is defaulting to true for some odd reason, let's just check that that's not actually happening. got the right thing here. Bridge command sensors. Check that that's what we're listening in on. Bridge command sensors. Sending radial menu payload. Radial menu payload. Yeah. So that's all correct. Check that text string is correct. Yep. As far as I can see, that's all as it should be. I shall cheat our way there this time to speed it up a bit. Right, Alpha Centauri, shipwide orders, explore this system. Off we go. I shall do a ship TP. Oh, of course, because I completely rebuilt the chat system, so I don't have ship TP. So yeah, we're gonna have to get there the long way. Kaji, yes. So we're going to use like IK targets for the hands, so we know whereabouts in the world the button is. So we can have the finger kind of jut out and press that location in the game world. That's just one of the things that is on the very long to-do list. Along with just, you know, sort of fidgeting in the chair and not sitting there like a statue. Okay, so as soon as we arrive within the system, okay, so interestingly, it doesn't assign this time. But perform medium range survey. Yeah, so it's definitely raising the correct task. But why didn't it assign? That's interesting. Okay. So we're setting that there. I'll, just check to see whether the NPC is actually active, because that would slow us down. Just check that we are in fact running the console tick. So begin play, start our console tick. Yeah. Okay, so we're setting our task there. May as well so no sensors tasks. So that should continue to be spammed out until there is one. And I'll set that as sensors task assigned, which should only happen once. Yeah, so Claire's been playing with metahumans quite a lot. Our next iteration on our character system is going to be metahumans driven. So it's going to use the new mover system for animations and stuff. So it's going to have proper animations that are dynamic and not clunky like the ones we're using. And we're basically leaning on Epic's kind of in-house tools for this, so that we are, staying within the bounds of the engine rather than relying on third-party tools outside of the engine. Because keeping it all in-house makes it all a little bit easier to stay up to date on. Oh, see it, Max. I didn't see you leaving. Have a safe drive. And yeah, as Delta says, don't stream and drive. But yeah, metahumans can be very heavy. But I've had experience in the past of, editing their default materials for clothing and skin and that sort of thing. And significantly reducing the shader cost. We can do things like use proper groom hair for players, but use hair cards for NPCs and things like that. So there are definitely optimizations we can employ. And yeah, predominantly it's more the animations and things that we're interested in. Like the new animation sample has got over 500 animations provided by Epic that we can, again, we can utilize within the game. So it just takes a lot of the overhead off of setting all that up. The difficult thing is going to be using metahumans with a flying pawn that can be at any angle, because obviously we want to remove gravity at some point so that you can float around the ship without gravity. And at that point, we need to have things like foot IK working upside down. So if you're in an environment where gravity is facing upside down, like a ship that uses, like a spinning ship that uses centrifugal force as gravity, we need the character to be able to walk upside down. So there's going to be some challenge there with that, but we shall see. Okay, so what's happening with this is that it's continually trying to assign the task to itself, so it's not being set. So that's what's happening there. So when we fire update sensors task, where is it? Was it update bridge task? Yeah. Yeah, so we should be firing this and updating that element. So guess we just need to actually no, not that. We want to grab a reference to that there and just check our state. So we need to see whether or not we are we're actually assigning that properly. I have a feeling that we might not be. And on this one, just get rid of any debug spam that we might have. So get rid of that, because we know that's not working. Yeah, so the assignment, so we're just doing that. Which is that. Yeah, so we're not doing anything differently. Yeah, so the only thing I can think of is maybe that's not firing, but let's see. And then and then I shall call it a night, because I'm starting to lose my voice. Okay, orders, shipwide, explore command target. Yes, Anasi. The other beauty with metahumans is you have a lot more in scope in terms of customization. There's a thing called mutable. Oops. And using mutable, you can make much deeper customization, and you can have things like body shape customization, and the clothing will form to fit the body shape. So you know, you could have someone who's like either really skinny or really fat and have the same clothing asset, so you don't have to reauthor assets for all the different body shapes. Things like that are a godsend, because the less work we have to do, the quicker we can get things done. You're not wrong, Firstus, you're not wrong. Right, so that nose sensors tasks should turn green assigned. Okay, so interesting. So it is assigned. Did we do anything? No, we stayed on long range. But so despite the assignment working, it's still not updating. So we're grabbing our sensors tasks, and then we're updating our stored variable. So obviously what's not happening, and we did see this say assigned. We which means that our update bridge task worked because that reported assigned on the task. So either setting the array element didn't work, or at the other end, when we're getting... Oh, hang on a minute. Right. Wait a second. I imagine that might be returning the wrong one. Because we're specifically pulling off the sensors ones, which means our index might not be matching somewhere down the line. Obviously we are we matching on index? Yeah, we are. So yeah, so we're searching for a matching task, and they should be unique. Yeah, and then we're using the index on here, which should work though, because that should be an array of 2, because you've got one helm task and one sensors task. So that should technically say 1. Okay, I will dig further on that. But for now, I've been standing for 4 hours. I need a fresh cup of tea, and I need to sit down, I think. So I shall wish you all adieu. We'll be back on Friday for probably more of the same. I will keep plugging away at this and see how much I can get done. But just a heads up for Sunday, it's Mother's Day here in the UK, so I shall be with my mother on Sunday for a cup of tea. So there'll be no stream on Sunday, but I will be here on Friday. So usual time, 8 PM UK, and I shall be doing more of the same. So I shall see you then. Have a great rest of the week, and yeah, see you on the next stream. Bye for now.